So I'm going to be honest. I really didn't feel like streaming today, but I set up a schedule, so we're going to try and keep it. Uh, so I'm going to spend a little more time just sitting here talking than I usually do. So yesterday, you know what? You know what I didn't do? Isn't on Wednesday. I might have to restart the stream. Okay, save. Can you do that? Can you change that? Okay, so I'm not doing Dota. You can tell how much I didn't want to. But we're going to try and persist. Please. Thursday. Game window. There. Okay. So we turn. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. Thursday. It's Thursday. All right. So yesterday and today, I have been using Cursor, and I have actually enjoyed it. You know, I'm not a vibe coder because I know how to code. However, it is far more effective than I could have ever imagined. Partly, and I want to be completely honest, it's like dealing with a junior developer who it has more talent than they know what to do with. So unless you guide them well, they're not going to be able to do it. You know, the thing that you give them. However, when you give them a correctly, itemized task, Cursor is done. It does it 80-20, just like a junior developer. You can clean up the 20% and done. So, it does mean I still have to know how to do something, or how to tackle it, how to break it down, and then how to explain it to the AI. But when I've done that, I have had north of 80% effectiveness in getting it to do what I want. And then I can tweak some things. I've even had junior developer conversations with the AI, the agent, where I have changed something. So like I told it to do something and it did it, but it's not something I would commit to the code base. So I would change it and then tell it, don't change anything, just look at what I did. And then it would recontextualize what I did compared to its own code, see the differences, and then later on, it would, kind of make note of that. It's a junior developer that has more skill than I do, just doesn't know it yet. So it doesn't make me, how do I say this? It doesn't make me fearful for the future, other than if you don't already know how to do that. So like if you don't know how to code, I do think it creates a problem for younger people who are getting in the industry. They're not going to develop the skills that you get by banging your head on something. And but for me, so that's fine. Kids, I'm not going to teach my daughter that. She'll learn how to code, but she probably won't like it. She's very much the dresses and curls type girl. My other daughter's years younger than that, so it doesn't matter. Um, right, exactly. It's that is part of it, right? It's all good and well. I mean, if you make every basket that you ever shoot in basketball, you're not a good basketball player, right? Uh, and so someone would eventually figure out if you don't take the shot, you can't make it in, right? So someone will figure out a way to shut you down. And the reason, the top, Michael Jordan, Steph Curry, those kind of people, because they practice all the time, even when they're the greats. when they're the best because they stay that way by practicing, by failing. And so I do fear for younger developers who now have this tool. It's pushing them up. And instead of standing on the shoulders of giants, it's like the giants are made out of sand. And so the more you use them, you sink into the statue and you get stuck there, unable to climb out because you don't have the ability. And so I should have made a quicksand reference there, but I didn't. So I am excited for myself because I think I can use this tool pretty effectively. I'm pretty happy with what it's doing. I would pay the $20 a month for this. I'm paying $10 a month for Copilot already. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna transfer to Cursor. I think for me, it's a good step. Just because, again, last night. So right now, I have custom built the, like with using ES Build and stuff. I've custom built my environment that I use to build my game. Last night, I built a new one with Cursor, and it was mostly me telling it what to do, right? And it built a new one that was faster and better using tools I didn't know had existed. I know most of the tools you use in the trade, and it picked out the one. I was like, I want a proxy, and I want it to be with hot reload built in, and that kind of stuff. And then I was like, I also want it to be bare bones and minimal. And it went out into the world and found the specific little tools that I wanted that I never would have been able to find, right? Because, I don't know all the esoteric criterias to properly Google for that. And plus Google and all the browsers or the search engines aren't trying to just give me lists of things anymore, right? They're trying to inject some ads and then contextualize it for their AI, not give me what I need. So I was able to, in less than an hour, get it up and running, and then another hour, massage it down into a very tight and compact thing that had all the things that I wanted with almost no pitfalls. Because I wasn't telling it to make me a Facebook clone, right? I was very specific. I was writing, 3-4 sentence paragraph prompts that it gave it really detailed instructions. And so when it did that, it just wrote the code and then created the folders, installed the stuff, and did all of the stuff that I would have done almost line for line, but at my direction. So I believe I'm just going to start using it, and we'll see where it goes. I need to come up with a new word, because vibe coding's not it. I'm not vibe coding. I'm not just letting the vibes go, right? That's the whole point of vibe coding, is you just kind of work with it and massage. No, I'm very deliberately using Cursor. So we need a different word for that. Anyway, so there's that. And so it's got me in that mood where I want to play with it a lot. I should be just sitting there playing with it because I've found something interesting, so I want to tear into it. But I've made this schedule for streaming, so here we are. And so we're going to use Cursor. It's just not the thing that I was doing on. So we're going to keep working with it to build out some of the pieces from our website. I think I'm going to use it to try and do some refactoring. And so that's pretty much it. Pretty much where we are. And then, tomorrow, my red tie arrives. So I can start dressing up like my logo. Now, I'm also me, a kind of a more of a blue collar type person despite my job, and so I've got the short sleeve shirt instead of the long sleeve, and I'm not going to wear a jacket. So that's my take on my logo as a character. I was thinking about doing some live streaming around town, but that's kind of that's the whole thing I want to do when I came here. I mean, I wear this in public. I said this is not a prop. People around town can pick me out. I mean, obviously, even if I was like this, I'm in downtown Hiroshima, and not by the malls and stuff. So people they get that this is a foreigner. But around town where I actually live, which is not downtown Hiroshima, me and my daughter are minor celebrities, and infamous, if anything, Not because we do anything bad, just like they don't know us and they're not running up and saying hi to us, but oh, it's that guy, right? And then you can hear my daughter coming from a mile away. So, you know, uh, but yeah, it is what it is. But I wanted to stream so the people can, like, every time I even look up anything about Hiroshima in English, it's always about nuclear weapons and disarmament and other sad things. And Hiroshima's a nice city, but I don't want to pester people, by live streaming around downtown. But I'd still like to do some of that to let people see it. With the way that Hiroshima is set up with all of the rivers, there's a nice. He's got some good views, like walking along the rivers and going across the bridges. There's a bunch of bridges in this town. Then you go up in the mountains and you get good views of the city. So I'm still gonna try and figure that out. Maybe I contact people, bars and whatnot before I do it. But until then, I'm gonna be nice. We've got stuff, the Johnny Somali stuff. There's a guy in the Philippines that just got arrested. So I mean, live streaming is kind of taking a bad rap, and it's not the live streaming part. I guess it's not live streaming. It's IRL streaming. And it's just because too many people's money are giving it to people who are being a nuisance on purpose. Though I do think if more people just punched those people in the face, we'd be fine. And honestly, that's, you can say that not every problem can be solved with violence, but if someone's doing something to annoy or offend you on purpose, then yeah, a punch in the face is a more common solution than just indignation. Because those people are weak. That's why they elicit money for being what they are. That's a weakness. So they don't stand up. If they had the backbone and spine to be a proper person, they wouldn't do what they're doing. Just like most bullies, right? Bullying itself is a symptom of a function. Is a symptom of, what am I trying to say? You can't get rid of bullying, right? Bullies it's almost like a market effect. Let's put it that way. Like, bullies don't happen in a vacuum, even outside of their own problems. Like, just because someone has a bad family situation doesn't mean they become a bully. It is both their personal situation causing the stress and another person's outward appearance of weakness that then causes it takes two to tango, and people don't bully in a vacuum. If everyone was a bully, they wouldn't bully each other because there would be no fun in it. And so if you don't react to bullies in anything other than terror, they just keep bullying, right? If there's no feedback that can counter it, that is, which happens to just be you have to fight back. That doesn't always mean you have to fight back with fists. But if you let them do it, then it's just like if you never honk at people who cut you off. Or in the case of the other day, my daughter went to the dentist, and the lady was a nice old lady, but she was saying things about other patients that, not like names and dates and stuff, but still stuff that you really wouldn't want to, for instance, she was talking about like how other children were, half this or that, and it's like that's not information, and but specifically, not just like, oh yeah, I know plenty of international kids. No, she was getting specific, and no, I don't want that. But I guarantee you, no Japanese person has ever looked at that woman and said, "You shouldn't do that," and please don't do it with my child. They just got uncomfortable and never went back to that woman, despite she providing a good service. They just didn't like that one thing, and then so they left. It's like the Seinfeld episode where the woman was perfect for Seinfeld, but she had an annoying laugh, and he couldn't get over it. He could have just told her, and you can say, oh, well, it's a laugh, but you get the point. I was like, he could have been honest with her, and they could have worked something out. And in this case, my wife could have just said to the lady, please don't tell my child's information to other people. And then that's it. You don't have to tell her it's wrong to do that. And maybe then she realizes, just like the person who honks at you and you cut them off, maybe you didn't realize you were that close to the car behind you. It happens. But somebody honked at you, they created the energy. Maybe you'll think about it and you'll do better. Maybe not, probably not. That's not the point. Point is, if you don't push back, they don't think they did anything wrong. They have nothing to reflect on. They don't think like you do. They weren't disadvantaged like you were by being cut off. So they don't have anything to think about unless you honk at them. Now, you don't have to chase them down, do a little road rage, but there does need to be repercussions of some kind, which is the honk, the, hey, don't do that, hey, the punch in the face when you're being a bully. If you don't do anything, they win. Their way of life is justified by you not doing anything. And that's a bit of a tangent. But point is, I don't even know what the point is. I don't even know how we got into bullies, other than just, I have no idea. I've gone too far afield. So let's bring it back. So we are going to do a little refactoring in the code base, just because I'm not really feeling like doing new things. Like I said, my mind is in a different headspace right now, and I don't want to make stuff, especially with cursor, if I'm not completely in control. So there's some areas where I can refine things, and I have two ways of doing web components, and I made a way that essentially turns a web component back into a series of functional functions instead of interacting with a class. And so I'm going to go back and go through and have cursor just do it for me. I'll reference the web component file and then another file that looks like I want it, and tell it to do that to other components. And if it goes well, that should go pretty quickly, but we're going to see. And then I'm going to think about, like, I've been building on my laptop here the new delivery engine. I've been configuring and configuring the new way. I don't want it to, like, it's a mobile app type thing, right? It's supposed to be a portrait app. And so what I'm trying to do with it is, when it's like this, I want to do something for that. Problem is, if you do it naively, oh, the width is longer than the height. Well, there's a lot of browser situations on your desktop. Well, that's fine, because it's tall enough to give you the full experience, and then wide enough that it doesn't matter. And I don't want to rely on hacks like, oh, it's Chrome desktop version, right? And so I've been fiddling with that so that I can just split. I kind of want it to where it would just rotate the thing. So if you do it, like, you're lying down, right, and then you just tilt your phone a little too much, and then it rotates, and you're like, oh, son of a bitch. Well, you could on your phone, landscape lock, which now locks it to portrait instead of locking it to whatever mode it was. But I could just rotate the whole thing, the div that contains the app, and then just, there you go, boom. You're in landscape mode, but it's done the right thing well with the div. So I'm just playing around with that. It's nowhere near ready, but I like the, what am I trying to say? I like the compiling engine that it's made, and I want to move. So I have SAS right now, but I don't need SAS. So let's see how lucky we get here. Boom. No. Okay. Didn't get lucky at all. Studio mode. The screens are not showing up like they should. So Brave browser. Not showing up like it should. Okay. Pixel Composer is not running. Cursor is running. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so match. So is that going to work? So Windows has a better time at doing. I don't have code running at all. I think I'm getting rid of code. Switching it to the terminal. Okay. So if I now do this, there we go. And I'll accept no comments on my browser desktop image. What was I looking up? Now I don't even remember. My head is not in the right place. Doesn't matter. Okay. So where's that one? You know, in like visual novels, they'll have the log of all the things that was said in the scene up to that point. I need that in my life. Like an AI is just transcribing what I said, and then I can just look back at it when I forget. Oh, or just ask the AI, what was I just talking about? And then have it, there you go. Like, Jarvis, what was I just saying? Because I don't remember now. Why did I bring up the browser? Oh, well. Okay. Oh. So everything's checked in. Everything's good. I know how side to side talking. Alright. So, add context. Web component. What is a component that I've done that to? Player flag? Okay, player flag. There we go. So, player flag. Alright. Okay. So, base panel is not in the new way. Alright. Considering the files added to context, please refactor the component base panel index as a really? Uh-huh. Yeah, you can't see that. Okay. Fill, continue. Oh, you don't remember my password. Did I even put a password in there? I did, didn't I? Huh. Alright, email. I need to implement two-factor or 2FA. Try again. Why wouldn't it be? Working. Going. It failed to update the file somehow. Noticed that it failed to update the file. I was like, oh, shit, let me do that. Alright, so let's see here. That's good. Yoink. This is a very simple component in the first place. So, extract the hide flourish function to the bottom. All right. And so this is one about 80/20. There we go. It's a base panel is used all over the place. Game notification, action. I'm trying to find a place where it's used. Oh yeah, modifiers. Okay, so let's run. Let's run it. Not May. The main reason I'm trying to make a faster compiler, watch system is on my Windows machine. The project takes about a second now to compile, and it takes 7 seconds or more for it to compile on Windows. I mean, a lot of that's Windows, but I stood at this point. 18 seconds for the first compile. I still should be able to get that down just by redoing it. I just kind of threw it together to say I could. So now I can actually look at it and be like, how can we make it better? What things can we skip? All right. Running. Failed the because it's not. Because it's taking forever to start up. But hey, that was the base panel there for the notification. So that's the base panel. That's just, it was being used and colored by the notifications to be read. All right, let's try again. So, this right here, base panel. No change. It is the same at the end of the day. And I forget what hide flourish is. Let's add it and see what it is. Oh, okay. I use that. Let's see here. I use that. Find one that does something. Oh, I don't even use it anymore. Oh no, I do use it during a battle. Okay. So during a battle, like that. Actually, like that right there. That is just not back. What are you doing? So I would like to capture the back and forward motion and do it. There's no URL change when you play this game because it's a game. But I would like to incorporate the back and forward because, especially on your cell phones these days, right? Because this is a browser. At the end of the day, it's a browser. So if you pull from the left or pull from the right, that's back and forward. So that would mess up. And you're playing a game, you're doing stuff and doing. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen that you accidentally swipe back. So it'd be nice if that just did. Oh, just go back to the previous screen instead of now you're back at your home page. So go back here, weapon. Where else? Okay, we're gonna look at this. Yeah, see, you turn this off. Looks like that. So bang on for a simple one. Let's see. Convert base panel to functional web component style. Sure, we're gonna have issues down the line, but All right. That's one. This one got a little bit more going on. All right. Now, refactor. Source. To the full business. Source component. Confirm modal. Yeah. All right, there we go. So looks good. Looking good. Now I'm still gonna have to tell it, connect and display, but it's so far it made this separate. Okay, I'm gonna accept everything here. Okay, so yeah, okay, move display function above the typing. Too far. Oh, all right. All right. Move display from above the typing, but hey. Oh, okay. Above the typing, but below. Oh, that's my keyboard. I need to replace the batteries or charge it or something. All right, let's see. Come here. You're not plugged into anything. All right. Get up. My computer, laptop. Riveting TV. Yeah. Alright, plug that in. You plug the other end into my laptop, which I now realize isn't USB-C. Alright. All that work. I'm getting up. Work. Does this work for you, my majesty? Bonk. 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 My gun. Bonk. Turn you on. So not that one. This one? Huh? Do I need to re-plug this in? No. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure this out and get it done. one of my cords here is going to do the thing. I'm going to shoot it. So this is one of them fancy braided shits. So if this don't work, I don't know what's going to happen. Come on. Whoop. I don't. There it is. You still do this? You still do that. All right. I have a cord in the way, but you know, we shall persist. So there we go. So that should fix that. But under the main... Ooh. See if it figures that out. Go right here. Hey, you got it. Thank you. All right. So we don't need to export that. And unless, wait, I don't think you did that. Maybe you did. No, because that's I don't name things like state when they're not. I name it simple like that when it's not exported. See this one, confirm modal element. I use that in multiple places. I do not use its state. So yeah, but it had to have, because normally I write it like this, like that. Because you never know when I want to pop in and add something to it. But anyway, it got there. It did the job. Now I just got to tell it, move the connect and detach out. All right, accept. What we got here? There we go. I'm gonna just take care of this for it. That, do that, and now our business is nice and neat, and I don't need that anymore. Why is it all red? There. Those two together. Looks good to me. All right, now where do I use account settings? Authenticate. Oh, so authenticate. Scene map. I gotta have it. Oh, okay. Map initial. Okay, not implemented. I don't have anything that's not implemented anymore. So. Scene start. And player reset. So I can do that one. That. Clear player file. That's the pop up. Abandon run. Also there. All right. So. I'm going to call that another one done. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get my settings from Visual Studio Code. You know, it's a shame too because 2 days ago I paid for this month of Copilot. Not gonna use that. I'm sure I will. All right, let's check this in. We'll wait. What's the other message? Convert now. Convert. Confirm modal. Prompt. Confirm prompt modal. Good stuff. You know, and I'm starting to feel more normal. But I might just go back and do some actual work. Let's do that. Hey, we got some business done. So some refactoring done. Cleans the palette. So what do we have here? What can we do? You can't see my focal board right now. I still have not transferred it over to that machine. So, oh, I know. So a little while ago, one of our viewers, you know, came in and was playing the game and had an issue. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do that one. All right. It wasn't a. It wasn't a bug in the game. And so give me a second here. Let me get to a battle. Okay. So he was having an issue. Okay, get spin the fidget spinner. Honk. Alright. So he was picking the cards up from the top. And so it was having an issue like where if he did it too quickly, it would just use the card. Now it's kind of hard to replicate it with the mouse, but like he was trying to pick it up from the very top, and if he missed, like, you know, click like right there, he'd very quickly click here, you know, tap, and then it would come and then go, and that's not what he intended. So from his experience, it was it just wasn't showing him the card, right? And so like he didn't get to see this screen where you could view the different cards. So what I want to do, like right now, it has a set point. So I personally pull the card from the bottom. You know, I never really experienced what he was going through, right? This is why you have people play test your game occasionally. And so what I want to do is, right now, there is a hard-coded point based on where the cards are on the screen that determine if you've pulled it up. What I want to do is set that center point, well, set the center of the gauge of whether you've pulled the card up where you click. And so, or another way to say, the bottom of the gauge to determine if you drag the card up should be where you click, instead of where the cards physically are. The only issue that I have is that if you do click up here, right now, you see I'm not even triggering any of the cards. And let's go through this. Zoo. And so that prevents it. So once you select a card, right, but it still does this. It doesn't move to the next one. Yeah, I'm breaking the game right now. So I've got some other bugs, some actual bugs, but I think this is a nice user type, you know, user experience type fix. So I do want it to be that your first click has to be, because you see here, you can click in, and it says we're back. So welcome back. Ah, the hell? Oh, because I moved the thing. just punch it. Like I was saying, just punch it. So there we go. All right, let me go back to the lobby for a second. All right. Ah. All right. All right. Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Problem is, you see there's the. I think I'm gonna hold on. Let us studio mode screens. I'm going to tell them to stretch to screen. Okay, so we're gonna turn on you and then stretch. Because it's like a few pixels. No, not center. I mean, center's fine, but it might be weird if they're not perfectly, put on the screen. But let's turn off, go back, and turn off studio mode. So yeah, let me look at that. Window preview always on top. Get a better view. Oh, that's terrible. Why isn't that? Oh, I bet I know what it is. Yeah, let's go back to one of the other ones. Oh, that's terrible too. That's not stretching at all. Also, that one. Do I have this like too big or something? So 3 on that, 3 on that. No? Okay. So give me a second. I'm gonna do it live. I think I'm having issues with my internet today. Something. Okay, let's make sure that nothing's downloading stuff. It's something might be downloading. What are you downloading? Who is downloading on my machine? Computer's up to date, so that's not stuff that's downloading. Maybe close my machine there. Having a bad day on the internet. Well, that feels about right. Okay. So anyway, like I was saying, I want it to be that you click in this area. So no clicks up here. You got to click on the card. I'm not going to be like, oh, you didn't click on the card. Oh, you clicked. No. But once you do, that's the anchor. But the one I'm saying that, it feels like I would have done that. So so let's see. Okay, so no. What? Actually, so no. Sorry. After all that, what I was getting at is though, once they have clicked on it, okay, zone. Was that we? No, it's I think it's we. Yeah. We or way. I wish I wasn't able to click on that. I need to turn that off. All right, all right, all right, all right. So we click at the top here. There. This is what I mean. So right now, I'm in card selection mode. But until I hover over a physical card, not going to happen. Nothing happens. So what I'm going to do is create inside the body of the card for this mode. It'll extend all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. So now, like right here, even here, if I do that, you can't select the other card. But if I go here, it's got kind of the expected. But in the real world with your thumb, right? Like you might be up here and you don't want to think about it. You don't have physical cards in your hand. So I'm going to create columns that go all the way up and down that will trigger this effect. So that when I do this, it'll do that. And then from the point at which you clicked vertically will determine if you've dragged that card up enough. And so like here, if I go like this far, it's perfect. But now I'm just going to make it do it from wherever I was. So, but like I said, I feel like I would have done that. Let's see. However, it does look like I did not. So that's fine. That's fine. We're going to get it done. All right. So store. Battle store. Okay. So maybe I tried to do it and it failed. And so I moved on. Let's see. So card. Selection. Origin. So, okay. Weight needs to go here. Okay. So what we're going to do. Interesting. I should do this. I should do this. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we're not. Let's do that one. All right. So event instance of. You got what I'm putting. You got what I'm putting down there. So now it's just doing regular co-pilot duties. So if it's a touch event, if it's not a touch event, do that. All right. Now, so what are you complaining about? You read no. We got the origin. So I need to set, yes, battle store hand selecting. All right, so then we're gonna go into selecting. All right. So I want to add something to the cards that will cause the trigger. So take a look here. What can I do? Maybe just use an on after, like here. How do you add? I can't add that. All right, so card placard. All right, that's fine. Do that. Card placard. inside. Yeah, oh, you're already there. All right. After content, nothing. Position, absolute. I believe it's already. I'm already almost positive that it's doing some stuff here. So. Oh, wait up. Wait up. There you go. Card placard. So okay, yeah, it's already being absolutely positioned in that moment. That's fine. So what we'll do is after absolute position, inset minus 1000 px. Then right is 0. Then bottom is 1000 px, and then left is 0. Background red. Let's see if that did anything like I wanted. It did not. Oh, it took 10 seconds for it to compile. There. All right. You see that? You see that? Okay. It does the thing, right? It did the thing. It's selecting the cards. All right. Put that back down. Now, what we're going to do is Z index -1, and then we're going to turn that background off. Now we're going to wait for it to compile. I have not changed the engine yet, so it's being a little faster today. So we fixed that. We fixed that. And even if like you're playing on a very big display and 1000 px is not actually that far away from the thing, I'm not going to worry about it because your thumb can only move so far up and down, right? So that's fine. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. As you move, if you move your thumb down, it will reset the Y of your origin so that you have to pull up from here. Like so let's say you started up here, your thumb, right? You got to move it up from there. But if you move it down, you have to now move it up from there. That makes sense? And maybe you set it at the bottom here, but maybe not. Maybe you just, because I don't care. Once you've engaged the mode, it's visual, right? So the key is that you're not really doing, you're not stuck to where you got to move it from here to here. If you click from up here and then you move your mouse down, then you'll start from there. All right. I think that's what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do it yet. We're going to make that actually happen. So I'm pretty happy about that. I might, I think I'll leave it there. All right. We'll leave it there. So that's a very simple solution for that. So I'm happy with how that turned out. That solves a different problem, right? So I'm pretty happy with that. It also solves that you're always clicking on something. Like if you go here, fine. Like you can't get out of it. So like you're done. You can't get out of it. So you can do that, and then now you're into it. Now you're done. Now you're into it. See, like, so I'm pretty okay with that. And actually, yeah, I'm gonna make. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and make it so that if your hand, like up there, if I let go right now, it's gonna use this card. I don't want that. Your thumb's over here. Your thumb's over here. All right? Your thumb should be on the card in some form, making a decision. So if you move out here, no bueno. But I don't have that yet. That's fine though. That's not too unexpected. You dragged your thumb over there. I keep looking at myself in the corner. That's what I'm doing. I'm talking to myself. Okay. So, active origin. So I already did. So what sets active origin? Nothing sets active origin. The active origin. Oh. Huh. So I knew that it seemed too obvious that I wouldn't do this. So unmoved, there's no active origin. Don't do anything. So it's not going to do anything if it's there. If there's no current card, it's not going to do anything. Oh, that's fine though. Here we go. This is what we'll do. We will set it at battle store. That's fine. Yeah, there you go. Let's see what that broke. All right. No, I don't think it's doing it because it should raise it up from here. So, huh? Oh, man, the medicine that I take for my back injury really makes me tired. Okay. So what? Hey man, what's going on? Konnichiwa is fine. So there's an extra it's konnichiwa. So konnichiwa is fine. Uh, so wa should be wa and not ha. Suke Steven. So the first two are not katakana. Stebun. The close, but and San's fine. So um but anyway, it's good that you're trying. How's your day going, man? What is it? Wednesday for you guys? And actually, I'm working on that thing. You remember this part? Well, slow's better than some things, but you know. So I'm actually working on this to get it to where it starts the up, from wherever you clicked on it instead of from the bottom of the card. So I'm halfway there. So like trying to figure out it should be doing it, but it's not. So like I click here and then I pull up, it should do it from this point, not from that whole business. But it's not. On mouse down. Clicking there. No worries, man. No obligation to come visit. So I mean, I do this for my own stuff, right? So I'm happy to see you when you come out, but don't feel bad if you can't. We all got lives. I almost didn't come out today, but I set up a schedule, so here I am. You missed it. I was you would think you're there for a few minutes, but I was doing some vibe coding using cursor, and it turned out that I liked it, and not necessarily vibing like you hear about it, but doing that thing where I tell an AI to do the work for me. it turned out a lot better than I thought it would be. And so I did some overnight and this morning, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So um, it makes me feel dirty right now, but you know, it is what it is. So, no, that's not going to be set. So how's your stuff going on, your game and your book and the whatnot? Click, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. It's already got it. Is that what I clicked on? I should check that. Okay, is that what I clicked on? You do it. You do it. You can do it. All right. Wait. I wait. Wait. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right. So if I click down here, see, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. So why isn't that right? Okay. Uh, okay. So. Whew. Good stuff. Just remember to put that info back in somewhere. Uh, yeah. Well, you know, pixel art, you know, just do one pixel, then do 2 pixels, then do four. It's I'm not laughing at you. It's bog standard. You know, do the little things, but it's pixel art, so it's literally just 1 pixel and 2 pixels. Huh. So okay, so this is on touch move. It's all in one function. So it's going to get all the way down to here. And then keep going. And then keep going. Yeah, sure. Just like I said, move 1 pixel of it, and then just keep going. Like it's just starting. That's it. That's literally just it. Just starting, doing the smallest piece you can do, and then once you're like, "Whoa, I did that much," keep going. Huh. So it's doing this in two different. I see what it's trying to do. So when you first click on it, you don't got anything. So this is a skip. Actually, that's an interesting question. Oh, okay. I don't know why I do it like this. Because current card would, if it's undefined, it wouldn't equal active card. Like injury to style? Are you like working out? Like what's going on with the pain? Nope. Nope. All right. So what part? I mean, this is all just to short circuit all of this, but I could probably take this function and this function Now hold on, wait. Okay, so console distance. Yeah, I don't need the origin anymore. Waiting for the reload. Oof. Oh. Well, yeah, I got you. Yeah. Did well, hey. I mean, you got to exercise. It hurt like hell, but tomorrow, you know, keep doing it. I know you're not trying to exercise, but we were. Um, I was talking in another streamer's Discord. We were talking about in Japan, like the pedestrians have no sense. It's like they're all blind, and they trust every single person in a car, and that is not smart. But I'm glad you made it through. Oh, excuse me. So this is doing it from the middle of the card. This is updating that. What do you... So active origin 1. Oh, no. It doesn't matter. Because I already confirmed that console log. I need to see this. Oh, it's reading the word school made me yawn. I was never very good at that. All right, we're gonna click 468. Okay, so it's all 468. Then touch client Y. Oh, medicine's hitting really hard today. Really. Good stuff. Some practice. Is it actually? No. Wait, what? Wait, what? 680. 662. Ah, okay, alright. Hey, I like me some anime eyes. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Alright, so... I don't actually use... Oh. Let's see. I don't know. Continue. Alright. Didn't answer the question, so. There it is. Look at that. So if I click up here, there you go. Little jumpy. Ooh. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. We fixed that. We don't actually use active origin, so I'm probably going to get rid of literally that. And I think, let's see down here. So yeah, we're gonna, if not, and then we're gonna let it go. There's a, sorry, I read that a second ago. There's a Duolingo cruise. Hey, oh, an April Fool's joke, yeah. Huh.
This summer, set sail on the Duolingo World Cruise with Carnival Cruise Line. An epic journey across 7 continents.
Awesome!
Where you'll discover how to speak like a local everywhere you go. 5 years, 195 countries, and over 40 languages to learn.
5 years!
Each port of call is a chance to put your skills to the test. Speak Italian in Rome, Chinese in Shanghai, and Spanish in Cartagena.
Disculpa, ¿tienes un mapa? Me perdí en tu morada.
I know.
But this premium cruise ship is a destination in itself, with internationally inspired eats like sweet and sour shrimp, boutique shopping, and thrilling live entertainment. Just be sure to keep your streak all 1,826 days at sea, or the owl will deny you the knowledge of eternal peace.
It's the vet!
So climb aboard and join us.
Don't forget to do your daily lesson.
Book the Duolingo World Cruise on Carnival now at carnival.com/Duolingo.
You have to try the shrimp.
That's pretty good. All right. So we're gonna do the same thing here. Even you don't like. Why am I even keeping all that stuff? If so, all right. No, so no, okay, no. So one, if touch client Y is under above. There we go. So yeah, if I pull it up and then pull it down, no good. Pull it up and then, is that 48? Like, no, 64 is the max. I think I need another effect. Like, I need an effect that's like, you're going to use this card when it's up. So right now, those go gray. I'll take a look. Those go gray. But you really don't know if you've pulled it up enough other than it's all the way up. So we're going to force it to be all the way up or nothing. So if I go like this, and it's 1 pixel off, I'll bring it down just a little bit. It ain't happening. It's got to be all the way up. But I want there to be some indicator. So what we're going to do here, in this check right here, toggle. You have a good one, man. I'll touch you tomorrow, the next day, or the day after that. So you have a good one. This is just going to be for this. So, battle here, card placard, and ready. For now, for this demonstration, we're going to go outline 10, red, solid. Just want to see it happen. Alright, you gotta wait for it to redo its thing. Come on. Boop. I'm gonna fix that. Alright. So you were supposed to take that off. Toggle. Oh, I see. No, flip that. Well, why are you doing that? Like, why? Why, Steven? Why would you use... That's why you get rid of magic numbers. That's exactly why you get rid of magic numbers. Eh? Oh, I know. Okay, so... just move it. Keep saying to myself, alpha product. Just leave it alone. Didn't work. Question is, why didn't it work? If card equals active battle card, or active card, don't do anything. So it wouldn't do that. That. Keep it simple. But not ready. That didn't change. That didn't change. Explore. Problem. don't like it when your thumb is clearly underneath it and it was selecting cards. But here, something's happening, so I'm fine, even though you're not touching the cards. But something's happening on the screen. Down here, nothing's happening. Okay, so fix that. So I only got the one thing left to figure out how to do that. And it says the distance is 64. Oh, I need to not. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of... I don't even know, like, I don't even use this. I don't need to use this. Like, other than... I just don't. Like, I just don't. I could do all of this up here. Like, really what I should do, because this is like, if it doesn't have a card, don't do anything. And this is like, if the card exists, do this. But this is the same as this. So really, if current card, there we go, is not undefined, and I don't know, current card does not equal active card. So I'm not going to do that, no. So 1 on the active card, bonk, and then we'll get the index. I only use the index here. Bonk. And bonk. That way it resets the active card. Well, okay, so if there, and it sets that stuff up, which means I can just get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of, I think, all of this, and move this here. Find out how much I broke that. Hold on. See, didn't break anything. So I just simplified that whole function. So that's not right. That's definitely not right. I know. Oh, hold on. Hold on. So when it's setting the ratio, So it's doing the ratio wrong. Is there anything? Nope, you're all fine. That's the one. Well, okay, that one works. That one's wrong. All right. So when all right. So yeah, there it is. So you just do that. Okay. So you just do all of that. All right. Then there you go. No, I can put it down here. So the first one works. There it is. There she be. All right. No, not you. You. And that's not it. Alright. Console log. Y distance. Y distance. I appreciate you, man. What was I gonna say? I was watching you yesterday when you got raided. So I had to leave about that time. We are trying to fix some interactions with this right here. So if you're lurking and you're not going to watch, that's fine too. But I'll speak like you are. So I've got this all fine. Like this part's fine. Like picks the card, pulls it up, blurs out the ones that aren't being chosen. But I wanted an indicator that you are definitely going to use this card. Like right now, you know. You can pull it up and it looks like okay, but I want no. And it was this red border that I had, but it's not showing up anymore. So something is removing or preventing the red border from being shown, and I'm not sure what it is. Here. So pull up. It says ready. Okay, it says ready. No, now it's done. There we go. So not using it, not using it, using it, not using it. Now, next card. Still has the border on the old card. But that's what I wanted to do this for. Because, oh, you know what? Hold on. I can just do this. I can just do that. I think I can just do that. That is if there's an active card already in memory, do this stuff to it. So it'll remove it whether it's there or not. So up. Yeah. Now you know you're going to use that card versus some other card. I actually kind of like the red. I mean, I don't want it to be red, but I like what it's got some CSS transition magic going on. I kind of like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick a different color and go from there. And I'll call it done. We'll shave it down a few pixels. I don't know, white maybe. Let's see what it looks like. I'm on Windows now for everything over there for streaming and stuff. You know, the good GPU. But for whatever reason, it means that my compilation times for JavaScript is slower by like 5-6 seconds. Maybe just black. Maybe just go black. No. Red kind of works. Yellow? Red just... I mean, I'm using yellow here on the buttons already. keep doing that. You know, consistent color scheme. I mean, it's more of a gold color. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go battle action. We're just gonna steal this. Put that here. So how's your day going, Matt? You know, I'm assuming your name's Matt. There you go. It's a little, I think I might add a little more to it, but we'll just call it gold. So let's go with outline, maybe just 2, and then just call it gold. Call it gold, and we're gonna go so that it scales with the screen. Wait for it to recompile. Maybe a little more on that, but I think that's fine. I think when you're, you know, the primary mode for this is on a cell phone. So you can see this yellow, you know. You can see this yellow, right? I don't think that's not a problem at all, I don't think. But now you definitely know when you've dragged up the card enough. It's not ambiguous. That's yes, that's a no. That's a yes, that's a no. So I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. So to recap, before it was deciding if you had pulled the card up enough based on the center of the card's original position. Which meant if you dragged it from the top, it would automatically act like you had dragged it all the way up. And so someone else who follows me, he was playing the game and he encountered that where he was tapping the top of the cards and it was acting like he had just, you know, so he was never seeing this part of the screen where you could actually read what was on the card. Now it goes from where you click. Wherever you click, like down here, now boom. But if you click up here, right? So wherever your thumb or mouse is, you have to drag up from there. It's a little better. Right? It's more consistent what you're doing, especially for thumbs, right? People put their thumbs all over the screen. I like to click around this area. So that's an example of quality playtesting. So I'm very happy with how this turned out. So I do need to tone this down a little bit. That is why I changed the number from 64 to 59. I don't think I actually need to do that. Go. Oh, it's gonna have to be a little trick of what I needed. So 58.999, whatever that is, that just works. I know why it works. It's float math, so that necessarily can't be 59. So when this is 59, well, see, guess what? So, and you literally can't move your mouse or finger to such a degree that you're going to get 58.99999 pixels away from the top. So. All right, that's good. We'll call it done. You know, bang bang. My Jira, my Trello type stuff is on this screen. So, sure the user is dragged enough. All right, now we are gonna check that in. When manipulating all parts, origin, first touch is used. The first click position is used to determine Apparently it's explicit git commit day. Oh wait, so feed. Don't feed. Today's 3rd. 8:10. 8:10. Actually, all I'm going to say is improved. There you go. Thank you. Then package JSON. Nope. No. Do that. So package JSON. Or HTML. Wow. Okay. There we go. Pop that up. Pop that up. Then we're gonna commit that. I'm gonna sync that. I'm gonna take this. Post this in my Discord. Actually, it's boom, boom, boom. Post in the Discord. Boom. Developer update. Oh, I see. Double asterisk. All right. Now we got that off the plate. Let's turn towards. So I am going to switch to the game defaulting background music to 0 volume. The main reason is on desktop, background music works just fine. No issues. Just works. On the front, on mobile devices, the background music is terrible. Also, most people do not do that. And actually, when I said set to 0, I'm just going to disable it for now. I'm just not going to have background music on the game. If you use it as intended on your cell phone, you probably are going to play other music, or you're in public and don't want to have loud music or any music on your phone, but you still maybe want to hear the clicks and buttons and stuff. Thank you. You're kind of proving my point here. So I am just going to get rid of it. Just hide it. Don't load it. Don't preload it. Don't do anything with it. Just out the door. And I will circle back to, like, when we do things like we put together a desktop version to put on Steam or something. We'll put the music back in. Until then, it should be pretty simple to just remove some sliders and then don't do the background music. Unfortunately. But, that's life. And I'm not making, a PlayStation game. You just have to accept that. Move on. So, on account settings, just setting. Go here. And we're just gonna remove. And you're not gonna like that. But it's in the Git repo. I can bring it back at any time. This would have been a perfect thing to tell Cursor to do, but whatever. And then, so now, T battle settings. U also here. And here, so we want to go and then you don't need this one. And I think we're done on that. So yep, we're good. Now play BGM. Should only be in a couple of spots. In fact, it's only in one spot. So take all of this out. It's literally the only place it's played. And okay, so start. You up top. That, get rid of that, and we are done. I believe there is nothing left. Is there anything? All right, no. Let's go. So preload BGM. This is used in a couple of places, so we're gonna remove that. Yoink. And yoink. And yoink. Yoink. It should have been at the bottom, but yoink. Join. Okay, so last step. We want to remove, well, So, okay, does anything called stop BGM? Anything called fade out BGM? Fade out all? No. Okay. Those aren't exported anyway, so what would it matter? Set BGM volume. Okay, let's do it right. functions will still exist. So I can just come back and undo this with this commit. So actually what I'm going to do here, I actually forget how to do this. Okay, well, oh, I'm hitting the wrong button there. All right. Tag, that's what I'm trying to do. Get tag. Okay. Get tag A has audio. Still. Okay. So that'll preserve a checkpoint. What has the back? I should have called it BGM, but anyway. Yeah, okay. Well, you do that, and I'll do this. I keep hitting the wrong button there. You still do that, okay. Windows captures the Command L no matter what I do. Even if I've told it that that's not the Windows button anymore. Okay, so I think I'm fine. It does not create BGM contexts. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Because getting a single context for and now no BGM context is being created at all. So now when I load up the site, that's gone. It doesn't say anymore, like you can't, oh, you could have seen it, but it would have the little play icon, like it's playing media, and it was playing background music. That's gone. No options for the music. The only other place that there was an option for the music was in the battle menu up there. So that's gone now. Don't need that. So we're good. We have disabled music. Sadly, I didn't want to do that. These things must pass. All right. Remove BGM from the game. I'm more than likely going to pull out a Unity for the desktop. So I'm a web developer by nature, so that's why I made a website. Now there's a website that'll always be there at a base, but I can make the Unity version or whatever, something to publish it to desktops and Steam and Switch and whatever. It's funny too, because like Switch, you can just turn it sideways and play it vertically. That'd be cool. All right, so there, check that in. It's feed. Okay. I don't know the sad emoji. I don't know how to bring up the emoji column. Oh, go. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Sadness. Sadness indeed. But that is now something that will not affect user experience. Like, it's not, I mean, again, I'm going to say it over and over and over again. It's an alpha product. it's a dang complete alpha product, but it's an alpha product. I don't have time to mess around with, like, for Safari and stuff. I'm just not. I'm just not. Okay. I'm going to deploy that. I don't know why this one is able to just make boy. Hey. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Huh. So, development. Okay. Hmm. No. Oh, no. Here. Try you again. I didn't actually deploy anything on the back end, so. Yeah. Come on. Alright. So nothing changed on the back end. But. Oh, excuse me. That just didn't work. Forgot to add the build changes. Get blame myself. I get blame myself every day, in fact. So let's figure out why production is not running. Can I do make connect? Is that gonna work? Nope, that doesn't work at all. All right. So it's something about just doing that. So let's check the A. So get rid of you, and now it's in you. All right. Is there? All right. I ain't a mess with the theme. I am not. I picked high contrast, but I regret that. I mean, it's better. All right, so what are we doing here? Deployment. So it did not like calling this script. Why not? LS deployment. Oh. chmod plus X on X. That didn't change anything. What? Okay, yeah. It's like his permissions are all jacked up. And do shit. I just nope. That's why I didn't want to do that. So wow. Why did that work? No. Feel like something. I'm not a Linux expert. Okay. Hey, here we go. Alright, contact. On Windows, get back. I can't chmod the file to allow me to exit. Ah! Huh. Okay. If this is to be believed, I never would have thought that. All right. So then in the make file, it's saying go bash directly. Go back. Make, connect. That didn't work, but oh, right. I need to add a key for my Windows machine. I need to do that. Anyway, SSH key only. But anyway, that worked. So, oh, I can't deploy them. I don't want to do that on stream. So, as I said, I can deploy from this machine for right now. But I'll do that off camera. No offense to you guys. I trust you. But the internet is forever. So, remove BGM from game. Version. Tags. Game. UI X. Sound. Sadness. That's outdoor. It also means I have several, so I don't care about this one anymore. Doesn't matter if the background music wasn't ending when you left the battle. Doesn't matter if the background, anything about changing the background music. I think I had one more. There's one about making a better looping system. Come on now. Implement a background system that better loops audio. Won't do. Because there's no audio. Okay. The battle cover is not covering things. So, it is true. It is the truth. When you go to a battle, ooh, oh, it's just servers. Oh. Now it is. Now it's not. Because it's taking forever. Okay. This is still on. Alright, so what are we going to do? Alright, so I have not done. We're going to register an account. We don't need to do any of that. Alright. Now, so now we see that. Takes us into here. I'm gonna check my email. Welcome to immortality. Alright, so that's a good question. Hold on. Am I just using settings? So, do I have a spark? No, I don't think that I do. You know what? I'm just going to copy that link in Discord. No. No, thank you. Direct message with nobody in it except for me. Don't click that link. Look it. Look good. Done. Nice. Alright, so it's not gonna know. Oh. Well, yeah. Okay, I know it's gonna happen. It's it only updates the data every now and then. All right, so we are connected. This is the leaderboard that I made with good old AI. So we should have a little thing there. Your position, top 3, top 8, and then whatever else. I'm gonna have it where you click on it. The point is, I made that with AI and all the winding up for it. Really good stuff. So this worked. Nope. We did that. Oh. No. Daily streak of none. You know, break that out and instead of having it all on one page, a tab. So I'm going to make a new. Before I do that, no, I guess I can just look in the flash drive. Alright, so 5,000 fantasy icons, weapons icon, volume 1. You cannot see this, and I'm not going to show you. How do I change the view? Large icon. What is this? Alright, so I want to make... I've got the dagger. So let's not do that. Point. Nope, let me run. All right. So the dagger causes bleed. That's its thing. So you build up bleed to eventually kill your opponent. Hammer can do a lot of damage, but its drawback is every time you attack, you exert yourself and it decreases your strength. And it has cards that will buff your strength before you attack, right? It's like I think it's called flexing, and then you hit hard, but your next attack might not be as good if you're not ready for it, because you'll have a strength debuff. Then you have the katana, which doesn't do a lot of damage unless you up your wisdom, right? So you imagine a samurai has practiced slashing a billion times, and it's not so much they got stronger as much as they got better at the use of the katana. So that's wisdom, right? That's not intelligence, that's wisdom. Dumb people can still gain a lot of wisdom. So its play style is you're buffing up your wisdom over time, hopefully putting in some criticals and some doubles, and then you attack with the katana, right at the vein or whatever. However, it's perfect strike, that kind of stuff. So, you got a couple different play styles here. I want to add a play style that's very fast but doesn't do a lot of damage. And so, and in particular, what I wanted to do is when you attack with these weapons so far, they advance the turn counter. So based on the dexterity of you versus the enemy, you will get anywhere between 2 and I think 4 moves per turn. And then it'll be the enemy's turn, right? They'll do something, and then it's your turn. You have 2 to 4 actions to do. And so what I do want here is a rapid... Sorry, the medicine I'm taking is really knocking me out. A rapid action, but either fist or dual knives or something that it doesn't attack for a lot of damage. It never will. But it doesn't advance the turn counter. So let's say, so the play style is particularly buffing up the mana that's used for that attack, right? So like if it used just red, you would try and amass a relic that increases your red cap, or maybe you start with red so you can attack early on, or you do both as things go on, right? Or even I want one later that won't. So right now, when you so let's say your cap is 10, but you gain 3. Well, then your cap will say your maximum's 10 and you're at 9, and then you gain 3. It'll go up to 12. Now the next time it won't go higher than that, right? So if you have it at 12 and it's 2 more than your 10, it will not, the next time you gain mana, it won't go over. But then when you use it, it'll use up those extra 2. So if you had a spell for 1, it'd go back to 10. If you had a spell for 2, it'd go to 10. If you had a spell for 3, it'd go to 9, right? And so I do that for even health. So if you're at full health and you heal yourself, you will overheal. You won't overheal the next time, but you will that first time. And so in this case, that you can then buff up your mana and then use the modifier that doesn't decrease that. Like, so basically every time you use it, it goes down to your max. So if you get 15, the spell cost 1, it'll still go down to 10. But there is going to be a modifier that it doesn't go down to 10. So effectively, you have broken the cap. So if you get 20 mana, you got 20 mana. And then you make you use one spell that costs 1 mana, it'll go down to 19. Right? So you've got these weapons that are, and they don't advance the turn counter. So if you're able to contrive, I got a double and then a critical and then a, whatever, and then suddenly you have 20 mana on a one, you could do 20 actions. But like in an anime scene where that dude suddenly gets really, really fast, and it's Dragon Ball Z, That's what I want. So now it's time to find, and it's really easy to implement. You just have actions that have one spell cost, and what I want to do here, so I also want to make sure that it does minimal damage, right? So I'm thinking like a boxer, but I don't know if I have graphics that will be good for that. I really don't. Which is a shame, but I'm trying to figure something out. Yeah, like okay. Um I need to use another program for looking at images on my, so that I'm not using just Windows Explorer and then maybe accidentally giving away sensitive information. So like a gun wouldn't do it. A gun would do it in terms of speed, but it wouldn't do it in terms of, well, you just shot them, it probably didn't do minimal damage. And it could also like kind of like radiation, you know, like you're opening something, but then it's not hurting you. So I kind of like that, the idea that you're really just pulsing, and so whatever it is, you held it up and it hurts them, but you don't actually. Um, uh, that's interesting. Okay, so that's interesting. It could do. Let's say that the weapon. Okay, let's say that. Okay, because I know what the trick is, that you have to do a lot of attacks. If you somehow had so let's say that the thing uses intelligence. Yeah, it uses intelligence, but your intelligence is stuck at 1. Like even if you use some other buff, it doesn't matter. No, okay, no. Your your intelligence is stuck at 1. So you can't make it better, even if you use a modifier or a buff. Oh, the trick is to increase your mana, which is a function of your intelligence, but can be manipulated out elsewhere. Modifiers, you know, relics, and just card manipulation. And so the idea is that you build it up such that in one turn you can do 10 actions. Or maybe it's not stuck at 1. It's like -3. Not -3, but you have a debuff of -3, and the minimum is 1 for attributes. So -3 means that you could use the +1 potion for intelligence. Now you're -2. You use the modifier for intelligence. You're -1, and then there would be, we'll call them like Epiphany. The card will be named Epiphany, and it will increase your intelligence by 2. So now that is in a row. You have reached, 1 or 2 intelligence from a -3 debuff. But there'll be cards like double and critical. God, I'm like passing out here. No wonder I didn't feel like working or streaming today. Like this medicine's hitting hard today. Don't know why. Anyway, so yeah, and so then you you contrive that you're in. So you got two factors here. Early on, just increase your mana. You get 10 mana. You fill up your mana bar basically. At 1 intelligence, I believe the minimum is like 8 or 9, but whatever it is, you fill that up and you do 8 attacks for 8 damage. But the turn didn't advance, so you still got a turn to do something else. But also, then you start to build on. So fine, 8 attack, but then you have cards that increase your intelligence. So early on, you might be able to get a +1, so get 2 intelligence. Well, 2 times 8 is 16. You're doing a lot of damage. And then if you get it to 3, you're wiping the board with most things early on. And so with good RNG and good knowledge of the game, you could, you seem to be like, it'd be like, you're playing a Bizarro mage and he doesn't have a lot of intelligence, but he's using magic. But because he only has very little magic, right, he's just throwing it in your face as quickly as he can, and that adds up. It's like if you slap someone 1,000 times, it'll kill them eventually. And so then you have flashes of epiphany, and then you double that, and then you have a critical that doubles the outcome of the attack. So one of your early attacks does like quadruple damage. So no, there's ways of getting this done that I'd say that's the point. Is that's what I like. I'm gonna try and get that done, and I think I am going to do the magical artifact thing. So you're not a mage. You're just a really dumb person that found a really powerful artifact. But because your mana is your magic, your intelligence is so low, it doesn't activate very, the spell doesn't hurt very much. But it's very consistent. And because you have so little intelligence and therefore mana, it recharges quickly, right? You're playing Diablo 2 or Diablo 3 or Path of Exile, however you're going to do it. The smaller your mana pool, the faster it recharges. So you don't want a big mana pool if you're trying to go for a recharge, build. Same thing here. So I think I'm going to go with this skull here. So give me a second here. Come on. Photoshop. Do I have Photoshop on? I bet I don't. Studio mode, streams, and window capture, Adobe Photoshop 2025. Okay. Select Photoshop. And now, turn that off. Let's restart the terminal. So now it'll know. Let that rejigger. All right, we got some debugging to do. All right. Nope. Okay. So, cursor, dev focus, console log. Okay, there you go. Well, that. Oh, I know what the issue is. There we go. Nope. Don't need you. Now I go here, and you can see Photoshop. Okay. It's been a long time since I used Photoshop. Oh, I clear out those old stuff. I should return to that someday. My Pokemon game. Alright. So, I have found, I believe, the icon that I'm going to use for this ability. Okay, let's drag here. Behold. If it finishes. Oh, it's not capturing the stuff inside. Alright. Studio mode, screen, Photoshop, showing, capture from mouse. Let's see here. Capture method. There we go. Alright, so that is it. Basically, he just holds it up. Boom, 1 damage. Oh no, I don't have the profile. Yeah, that's terrible. Alright. We're going to have to get rid of that. Alright, so Photoshop. I forget the settings that I did. So I think it's ping 8, colors 8, dither 0, matte none. And we're going to save that. That's what it is. No, dither 0. There it is. Not you. Not you. You're, and then, okay, what size did I make you? New, Immortalia, content, item, weapon. I think it's like 64 by 64. 128. Really? Alright. So let me save this. Save settings. As Immortalia. There we go. There we go. So that is the weapon. So now that I've done all that, let's center you. Why? Why would you... Why would you replace the V tool? I don't want artboard. Thank you. Thank you. Jeez. I don't want art tool. Yeah. You're also a V. Can I delete you from this system? Holy Christ. I don't want multiple canvases. I want 0 canvases. I want 0 canvases. Ever. My entire life, I never want to see you again. Why isn't this doing anything? Seriously. You've ruined my day. And now this is not. Should be able to click on this button. Why can't I click on the button? Somebody tell me why I can't click on the button. Fine, whatever. Okay. Alright. So we have to edit. So first of all, go into item. Down here in the weapon. And we're gonna say what would we call it? Let's call it, so like the opposite of a shield. It protects you like a shield by killing everything around you. So what, force shield? Doesn't matter what we call it in the, I'm gonna call it reverse shield. That's it. It doesn't matter. That name is not actually seen by people. I can massage the actual name later. I'm probably going to complain when I do this. Fire. Come on. Relic fire weapon. Hold on. I'm kind of having trouble coming up with something pithy, something witty. Did I spell ladder? I think I spelled lantern. Lantern, not two T's. Not even shaped like a lantern. There you go. Alright. Trying to make up. So you have action and fact. So we got this. We're gonna go with so the first skill just uses the lantern's power. first one, action illuminate, and then the second one on actual action is epiphysis. So okay, it's going to be an ability that you have. You cover up the lantern for a turn. Oh, okay. So, illuminate will use the weapon. You know, and so, in fact, I think, so the illuminate uses the weapon, does the 1 damage. Epiphany will undo the debuff for 1 turn. 1 action. Which means you did advance the turn counter, but for 1 turn, for the rest of the turn, basically, you don't have the intelligence debuff. And maybe it uses, more than 1 action, something like that. But the point is, that's the balance. So insight, and then we'll put. I'm trying to center it, maybe make it around 10, but trying to make sure the card. Kind of want. Again, it's supposed to be fast. I don't want a 20 card rotation. So double. Alright, so, and yeah, what it doesn't have right now is that, but I'm gonna make it have it. So I'm gonna take this, and it's gonna be buff. Basically a buff. Key, intelligence. Oh no. Belligerent value. Like there you go. -3. And then Epiphany will be so. Oh. Okay. No, I'm gonna stick with that for now. I do need to. I need to. I've had to. It's like there's this, and then there's something called belligerent values. Belligerent is the name I used for opponents. It's belligerent, but it's diverged between effects and just to have a map somewhere. Anyway, that's what I'm gonna do. So, all right, take this. I'm actually gonna do this weapon. I'm just gonna do this weapon back. This and then this. So it doesn't have to have any effects. There we go. So now, go back up. Oh, you know what I'm missing? Oh, I don't even know what that's called. Sidebar. What is that even called? What is that thing called? The extra wide. The extra wide Watsit that's on the side here. I've never even thought about it. Mini map. There we go. Alright. So, one. Nope. Player. What's going to happen is it's going to treat that. I might make it -2, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So, -3. The Epiphany will create a 1-turn buff for +3, evening it out. And so if you do anything else, you would have a buff to your intelligence. I might make it +4 so that you're getting what you're trying to. So your 8 becomes 16. Alright, so on the action side, we create, illuminate, and epiphany. Now, Epiphany is easy. Just literally, no, deal int damage. Alright, so we got, cost by color, target opponent, type effect, all this, type attribute, whole current, minus. Alright, so that's that. So I'm actually kind of waffling on whether or not I want to do the doesn't advance the turn. I think it actually ended up being pretty powerful. So for the moment, I'm going to say I'm not going to do it. So the cost, and this is it. Okay, so cost is mana, color. I've never done a spell. There you go. Okay. And so technically that's possible. Let's use any mana that you have. I don't know if I think I have. I think I have that in there. I do. We're gonna find out. That'd be interesting. They just use any. I think it randomly does it. So buff and you figure it out. There you go. Location buff. No. Back. Right. Actions. Okay, you. Oh. Yeah, I don't feel like it's gonna. That's fine. Okay. So you can double. Okay, I don't like that. No. We need to add double and something else. You can't double. In fact, you're dumb. So you can't do anything but that. In fact, you just have a certain number. So I think what? So 7. So 7. That's it. That's all you do. So there's Epiphany. Yeah. So you are at -3. That sets you at -3. You have to do something else. No. I thought okay, so 4. No. 2. Okay. Then you put double back. But there's only one. Okay. So you're sitting at -3 intelligence, which is at minimum, it's really a 1. The point is if you have other sources, it won't go above 1 until you overcome the -3. You use a double. Yes. You use a critical. I'm sorry. So double is the next. It doubles the next card. A critical doubles the next, or adds 2 to the next action. Okay. So you're at -3. An Epiphany is a +2. So if you just use Epiphany, you're still at -1. But you throw a critical down, that will double it. So it's 4. That puts you at a +2. Or they put you at 2, basically. I think. Let's see. -3 + 2. -3 + 4 is 1. So maybe it's a -2. You need to, because 1 is a value itself, right? Like, so you have to come over 0 and 1. So yeah, I think +2, and it's a -2 that you're saddled with. I don't know how to tell people that, so I have to find a way to show that on the. Oh, right. I still do that here. So. All right. So yeah, okay. So you're still dumb though. So I'm gonna go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you got to work hard. Now, here's fun part. Criticals do not degrade like buff strength. So there's an opportunity within the game mechanics. When you start running out of cards, instead of it just shuffling the deck, it gives you a shuffle card. And so let's say that you've got, in the default set, you got 5 cards total per hand, and then you will draw. If you have too many cards, you just don't draw. That's it. Use your cards. All your cards give you mana. There's no downside to using a card other than you want to use it at some other time. So if you've got too many cards, you've got options to go. You're never really running out of options there. Or just hit the end turn button. Point is, when you have, so then every time it draws, the deck gets lower. When it's 0, and you can draw a card, it gives you a shuffle card, and then no more. So then eventually you use the shuffle card, answer your flashcard, and it will shuffle the deck and give you a card if you got it right. The point of that is you have an opportunity. In this case, a 1 in 8 opportunity. Is it 1 in 8 or 1 in 7 opportunity to get another critical? So you got a critical in your deck or in your hand. You got the shuffle card. You use the shuffle card. You get it right. You have an opportunity to draw another critical card, which leaves you with 2 criticals. So critical is +2. Another critical is +2. So at Epiphany is, so you start at -2. Your Epiphany will put you at normal, but if you have a critical, it'll put you at 2. So your intelligence is 2. And then if you have 2 criticals, it'll be 4. And 4 is a lot of damage. So I think that's fine. I think that's nice. But it's still okay, so I'm gonna add back that it does or doesn't advance the turn. I just need to know how to do that. I don't want to, because it's only an action. It's not. Okay, so let's see. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, let's go on. So for now, curious. For now, it's not unlocked. So we're running out of time today. It's already full. So I'm gonna leave this here, and I'm gonna save you. Now it's 3,003. Oh yeah, content, item. No. Immortalia, original content. Item ESD 3003 save Immortalia Crunch 128. What did you rate? 128 save Immortalia Project Immortalia content item. Okay. Need to be more consistent on that. Save. Reload. It's gonna complain. It's gonna complain there's some things that it can't. Nope. There it is. Alright. Really? I just did that. Immortalia content. Oh, did I save it in the same folder? No, I thought I picked. See? Oh, Okay. Save it as 30,003. Alright, so there it is. It's not unlocked yet. And I got stuff to do on it, but it's not even shaped like a lantern. I like it. So that's where I'm going. So okay, boom. You. Using different sizes for different items. Anyway. Load up Steam. We'll do a little bit of gaming. There we go. Stream. Okay, so check this in. Straight. Doesn't change anything. It's straight into master. I'm not manipulating. I'm not making branches in 4 different. Well, this says 3, but 2, because this doesn't count. This doesn't count. So, added Photoshop. Added Windows. Photoshop. Adding. Connect that. Oh no. Reject. Reject file. Thank you. I got it. There you go. I fixed it. Fixed. Make. Boy. Whoa, next. What we got to play? Oh. Let's play some Path of Exile. I haven't played that in a minute. Go game. Go you. Window, but audio. Here, we're not gonna do that. Options. Oh. I can up. I don't really need it on windowed. Keep. Alright, come here. You. Where are you? Frame window. Game window. Transform. Stretch. That is not stretching. Oh. stretching the wrong thing. It's like you wouldn't even notice that. Let me see. Wouldn't even notice. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I want to see what happens if I. I will do that. I didn't ask you to do that. I'm just curious how well it does. Where am I? I do usually play with this. Okay, you gotta stop that. Alright, it's been a minute. I've never actually gone roofless or solo self-found. Let's go.
Swift and silent, you stole the bounty of others. Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned, marauder? We offered you truth, yet still you clasped your superstitious lies. We offered you service, yet you wasted your strength in defiance. Rayclass offers you something else, an education in true savagery.
Oh. Change that. Oh shit. Didn't mean to not be streaming there. We good? Okay.
The dead should remember their place.
I don't know. You know, this always happens when I try and stream Path of Exile. Like, it gets glitchy. try and get to level 2 before I see the guy. See the boss. The same thing. No. Hate these guys. Unless you're an archer or some ranged class. Huh. I've never seen it that early. Wow. Takes a while. That's interesting. I'm guessing you get different drop, you know, it's ruthless, so the drops are more meaningful. They're the same. Yeah, I got tons of straight stuff. Alright, set these all up. Should be the default setting, you would think. One that I give a rat's ass about. Alright. These are fragments, right? And then scarabs. Fragments. That's not a scarab at all. How's it going, man? How's your day been going? Sorry, I don't know if you got a bunch of notifications for me, but I've been having some issues with the internet. That's life, right? So I've been, last hour of my day, so I'm winding down before I go home. And all right. Now that's all set up. I got you. Oh, thank you. Ground slam, of course.
Stay sharp. I witnessed your battle against Timothy. I wasn't aware your people.
Do that later. So, all right. I'm gonna take this heavy strike off. Throw you in the old. And then go hunting. So it's sad. This is getting dirty, and because I wear it. Like I wear this daily. It's my hat. It's not a prop. And as you can imagine, there's nowhere in Japan, or at least nowhere in Hiroshima, that can take care of this. Restarch it, reshape it, and then dry clean it. So I'm gonna have to come up with something for that. That's where it is, yeah. They exist, but they're not too common. There's a thing when they're in high school where they'll shave their head for sports and stuff. Again, that's for sports and stuff. Wand. I don't know why. Like every time I stream this game, it does not like it. Let's put it that way. Like when I play this without streaming, it does not do this little jittery stuff. Also means I can't. I'm not really sure what's going on. Oh. One. Son of a bitch. Come on. Ruthless ain't joking. There. So yeah, I haven't played Path of Exile in a while. Not since Path of Exile 2. came out. Increasing that physical damage. Got a hat. Unidentified. Oh, not that it matters. Go in there. So I'm playing Roofless mode, which is different than the regular. Obviously, it's the same name, but you don't get a lot of items. Enemies are a lot harder, and some other stuff in that vein. But it also means that, unlike Path of Exile, like the regular mode, there's more value in actually clicking on all the chests and stuff like this, which is part of the motivation for this mode. Normally, like most of those won't drop anything. Not that I'm getting anything, but we move on. So you've, I think you were here a couple days ago. Since yesterday, I have been exploring vibe coding, by which I have installed Cursor and have been playing with it. And the upshot is I'm very impressed with what it can do, especially since I can already do the things. There you go. So, very impressed with it, and I think I'm going to keep using it. I think I'm actually going to use it professionally. It has, especially like I said, since I know what I'm doing, I can explain to it what it should do, and at the same time, like, you know, when you're planning to do anything of significance, you know, regardless of, you know, how important it is. The point is, in coding, right, you think about it. You sit there, you sit down, you kind of have a think. Well, my thinking can be writing that down as a prompt, and then I hit enter, and then it writes 80% of what I just thought, and I can fix the 20%. I didn't just, I won't say the word waste, but I didn't spend a lot of mental energy writing that 80% code, which I can now put on the 20%. And so I can definitely see that, how that's been impactful for a lot of people. And then if you don't know, it figures it out, right? It thinks about it. It has a think and tries more than you just sitting there on your thumbs doing nothing. So I think I'm a convert, as dirty as that makes me feel. I just need to get better at it, I think. Just practice. Well, that's cool. Which is town. I think really it's just for me, it's just, you know, because I mean, I use Copilot anyway as an autocomplete, and it was very good as an autocomplete. Well, Cursor does that, and then I found that I can actually get it to do what I want pretty well. It's a lot like a junior developer. So I was having a conversation with Cursor. I think it's using like 4.0 on the hood or something, but it did what I wanted, but it did it in a way very much like a junior developer would have done. It was right, but I wouldn't commit that code. And so I redid its code and then told it to look at the code that I wrote compared to the code it wrote, right? And it wrote up oh, I see now. This uses less variables and yada yada yada, and it's more. It basically, like a junior developer, had the knowledge to see what I did and appreciate how it's better. And then after that, it was using those things when it wrote other code. So I was very impressed with that. I wish it was I use Stable Diffusion, which is sad for the assistant. Like now, it's fine for me because I know what I'm doing. But how is a junior ever gonna learn to make new code? And you're like, well, they don't have to. Well, someone does. When we die, who's gonna make the code that AI is trained off of? It can't be the AI. I don't believe that for a second. I do not believe that for a second. It might be useful to the AI, but it's not going to be useful to people. Anyway, that's my opinion. So somebody needs to be seasoned software engineers writing code of the day for AI and other people to use, because AI is not perfect and never will be. There's actually plenty of Star Trek episodes. Right. Well, how are they going to reach another level when they've got this gigantic crutch that they're sitting on? And right, exactly. But those really senior people will die. You run this a decade or two in the future, they'll retire, they'll whatever, and they will not have left a trail of reasonably trained people behind them. AI has to either, not AI, but companies that sell AI or companies themselves need to solve that problem. You can't just, this is useful and powerful and saves me money, until it doesn't, till you have no one that can actually do the code, can't tell the AI how to fix itself, can't look at the code and figure out what to do about it when the AI doesn't work. Salaries, I don't know about salaries increasing a lot. I think salaries will stay right where they are, and the benefits of firing 4 out of 5 people on your staff will go to stockholders and not to paying the people more. That's not how that works. They don't just give money to the people. That's not how any company operates. The hype drives salaries up, but then the hype goes down as the market increases and people are willing to work for less, and there are more people who have the knowledge. But that's fine. I mean, even if they stay where they are, that's still fine. It's just, I don't see people suddenly making $500,000 a year because they know how to use AI, unless they're putting together businesses. Well, it's certainly, it's creating a, why do I need you type. And we always had that, Squarespace came out in the mid 2000s. Like, well, why do I need you? Okay, well, you go and make. Right, but in that time, it's like COVID back in the day. COVID was terrible for children of a certain age because of what they lost in education and socialization. And it's going to be the same thing here. They may realize they need, you still need seasoned people, even with all of the magic of AI. Someone's got to wield the magic, and it ain't you, the project manager. But in that time, if that's 5 years, that's 5 years of juniors not being trained, 5 years of your systems not being built up to handle those the varying levels of skill. So it's never going to be a positive. It's not going to be a negative per se, but there's always a cost to when hype, changes the market substantially. So so I mean, I'm learning it not because I needed, like, I just did because I had a conversation with the guy. It wasn't you. It was 2 days ago. Some guy came in here, was like a super vibe coder, like an actual honest to God vibe coder. And, he was like, just install Cursor and tell it what to do. And at the time I was like, yeah, but that's not fun. But anyway, the next day I was like, well, hey, what do I know? I've never actually installed Cursor. Well, here we are. All right, I think it's time to go back. Oh, unidentified. So identify. I'll take it. So that man was not wrong. He was right, I should say. Thanks for the follow, Richard Son 89. But hey, I mean, the progress of, it is, but also at the same time, like right now, I'm going through, I've done all of the libraries that there are when it comes to, from React to Vue to Svelte, all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, I'm going to just do it all vanilla type kick. And so that's been a lot of fun. Like, I do my own projects and just straight vanilla. Oh, I can do that. Okay, so put you here. And then go back to town. Oh, no. Doesn't fit. Doesn't matter. Do I want a sword or a club? I think a club's better for me. Yeah. Plate vest. Nope. Okay. We'll go back to town. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so it's like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I haven't been streaming that long. I'm looking at myself. So I'm supposed to be looking at you, but I'm looking at myself. So if you see me, that's what I'm doing. Overall, like I said, some of the story is it impressed me enough, so I'm gonna switch from Copilot to Cursor. Like, I pay for Copilot, right? And I don't regret that money going out the door, but it does what Copilot does, right? And this thing, I'm happy enough with where it's at that's what I'm gonna do. I don't need any of this. Oh wait, I need you. I mean, I said, just my experience, right? It's positive for me. I don't think I saved any time. Like, that's the thing, and that's part of it. I'm not familiar with the workflow. I don't feel it's free. Like, it's a 2-week trial, right? Put a little Cursor ad over there. 2-week free trial, so there's nothing, not harming you anything. It's just VS Code plus Cursor, injection. So not going to hurt you at all price wise. And if you only just use it I wouldn't recommend it if you're just going to use it as Copilot style autocomplete. Because, I mean, I last night I had it set up a bare bones TypeScript compiler for a front end project, and within 1 hour, we got it to where I wanted, and then in another hour, I was able to massage and help it a little bit to get it to the end for a very low key, bare bones compiler that could also serve a project to a browser with hot reload. And so it would take me 2 hours to do that, to set it up from scratch, but it helped me in ways that, like, it chose newer packages that I wouldn't have chose, new stuff that did exactly what I wanted that I didn't know about. So, it just skipped the section of me, 2025 web pilot, JS compilers with a serve, It just skipped that step because it was built into the AI. It's just happenstance. It could have been wrong. But the point is, it wasn't wrong. And the times that it is wrong, I'm able to catch it. So for me, it's a very much an 80-20 issue. It's getting 80, and I can do the 20 because I can do the 100 at the end of the day. Yeah, you go here. Oh. Alrighty. So, what's your time zone? Trying to figure out, like, if it's more beneficial for me. Like, I stream during the day here in Japan, so 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's just my work situation. And then I'm at home with my family. So -5, so you're 4 hours behind me. And so, but you're here behind, yeah. Japan's GMT -9. So you're -5? I'm +9. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, so you're on the coast. Or at least yeah. Like California or something. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going back to Tilton. I'm gonna clean up this coast here because I only got about 20 more minutes. So I'm thinking about streaming later in the day. Oh, that's right. Hey, I remember now. You did mention that, yes. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My wife, like I said, really wants to go to Brazil. At this point, anywhere in South America, because she's never been. Fix your shaders. I keep forgetting that I've got this sucker. Not that it's very helpful. I need my jump. You missed. Alright, so one thing I haven't done with Cursor though, so like I said, like full on vibe coding stuff, is just let tell it to do something and don't modify the code. Just use the website to see if it did the thing and don't care how it did the code. I haven't done that part yet. I have not completely vibed until I've done that. And that part I'm not going to be a fan of, but I need to redo the landing page for the game, right? It looks kind of trashy. And so I'm going to attempt to do that with a Cursor, just full on. Don't even look at the code. So if it loads a bunch of crap, so I'm going to tell it not to. I'm going to tell it, hey, do this in vanilla JavaScript and CSS, but here's what you got to do. But then not look at the code at all. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. I mean, sure. Yeah. they don't care, then just you do however you're going to do it. They just want to try the product. And I get that from my side, but they don't care. And so I care when it's my code. I mean, even if it's their code, I care, right? So letting go of that control is the challenge, really. It has nothing to do with Cursor per se, because you have the same challenge when you have junior developers, right? You can't, the whole point is they write the code and you're directing them and trying to get the best outcome from them, right? So it's very much like that. So I've always had trouble with that myself. I have been guilty of letting them get as close as they can get and then doing it the rest for them. So that's the challenge. That's the fun. I guess I don't know if that's going to make for fun content, but that's going to be the content. All right, can you just not? There we go. We're done with that. Um, 3% increased movement. It's even no armor whatsoever. Even so, I'm tempted. I'm tempted for 3% movement speed. Can I pick that up somehow? Oh, yeah. Okay. Move that there. Move that there. No. No, you're in the way. Oh, well. Whatever. Go back to town. Okay, so 40% movement speed. We'll keep it. You can make boots with those. See if I can afford some. Oh, she doesn't sell any yet. It's gonna be a while. Okay. Oh, I never looked into Ruthless, so I don't know. Normally she does sell gems by now. Is that what happens here? No gem. Well, that's gonna suck if that's the case. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm playing Ruthless mode here in Path of Exile, and so normally this character sells gems that are your powers, but she don't sell anything. But maybe I don't remember if I'm far enough along in the game and she just doesn't sell any. I don't remember. It's been a while since I played this game, or it's Ruthless mode and she don't sell any. I don't know. That doesn't seem right though. That doesn't seem right because there are instances where you have to buy them from characters, so I can't imagine. Anyway, I just wanted to buy a spell or two and I can't. So go back here. Still got time. Got time for a little more. So like last night, my daughter, okay, so my daughter has developed an interest in Spanish. We don't know why. My wife was just like playing a song on the radio or something, and it was in Spanish. Now my daughter is obsessed with Spanish. Fine, doesn't language doesn't matter. The point is, she was asking me what various Pokemon, what their names were in Spanish. And of course, I don't know that. So I was asking Siri, and at first, Siri would just literally translate what is the Pokemon for Snorlax, and then it would just Alhambra Snorlax. It's like that's not what I asked. And then I Googled it, and Google, I'm using Brave, so it's going through the Brave search, whatever that is. And it did, it came up with a name, but it was a hallucination. It just smashed together two Spanish words for, something like relax and stuff. And then that was the word it gave me. And then I went to some website that listed all the Pokemon. And there it was. So it's like, why can Cursor, using the same language models, do the code right, even when doesn't solve the problem? But it's like the code is code. It's not wrong code. But it can't figure out the Pokemon name, even if it has access to the internet, like the browser, like the Brave search would. I don't get that part. I don't get that part of it. Slowly getting powerful. It was a couple seasons ago, but this character had a pretty good build where you could cover the screen in those spikes. It was a lot of fun. Well, and I get that. Like, you don't know what you don't know, but then why make something up? And I understand it's an LLM, what it's guessing the next character, but at this point, it could check. More physical damage. I think maybe that's the difference with cursors. It actually checks stuff before it generates the character. The code is this is the next character after this character, but it's based on a context window that has already found the problem and the solution. I don't know. Maybe that's expensive to do for a search for the top of your search thing. I don't know. That's the part that nobody likes about AI, and you have no way of knowing if it's true or not, unless you just know. I guess it's a trust issue. Ooh. All right, calm down, guys. Calm down. There's enough for everybody. Enough for everybody. Well, and it's not a problem that you don't know, but it is a problem when the number of people who do know starts to decline, like dramatically. Like as I was going to say earlier, there's actually a number of Star Trek episodes about literally this problem. the machine keeps people alive and healthy, but then the machine, no one knows it's a machine or how to fix it. They worship it as a god, and then the machine breaks and they got nothing left. What are some of the things that you've made? Like you had some successful projects? Ooh, frozen. All right, guys, come on. Check lumber, like wood, or lambers. Well, it is. It is literally about lumber with a U. I, of course, can't read Spanish, but that's interesting. That's really cool. Like, I click this to. Oh, I see. That's cool, man. So okay, this is what you're saying, like acre. That's how we say acre in I don't know how to say acre in Spanish, but maybe it's the same. That's really cool. Really cool. Uh, I took Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. It's I took Spanish in high school and Portuguese in college, but um, I did not do very well in Portuguese. Uh, I actually dropped out of college to get a job and then go off and do my own thing. So I didn't study at that time because I was like, why am I paying for what I can already make money for, kind of thing. And so I just did that. And so I didn't do very well in Portuguese in college because I wasn't studying at all. That's why I did it. Is that, like I said, I took Spanish in high school, and so I was like, oh well, I don't want to take Spanish again. And so the lady that was helping me fill out the paperwork was like, well, you got Portuguese, it's similar but not the same. So, but the point is, I'm not trying to say that I speak Portuguese at all. That's what I'm trying to say. It does not. Ooh. I did not get the. Okay, there we go. Please, one of these be. None of these are. You know what? I'm just going to go with weird stuff. I'm going to go with weird stuff. Stuff that I never play normally. But okay, I can just put this in something else. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to put you there. Or I guess I'm not. keep you here for now. Put you here. Really? Oh, that's another thing of Ruthless. It normally in town, it refills your mana and stuff. It's not refilling my flask. That is awful. Oof. Alright. Hi, sweetie. Because I am. Why are you calling me from the bath? Hold on. Ooh. Oh! What's up? Why are you calling from the bath? Okay. Well, I don't really want you streaming that across. Why can't? Okay. Well, because you turned off the. But that's fine. We shouldn't. Oh. Okay. I'll be home soon. Why can't I use this skill? Skill can't be. Oh, dumbass. Skill can't be used because it requires a club. My brain knew that. That's why it didn't let me delete that club. But my brain didn't tell me the other part, which it could have just been like, hey, don't do that. I play a couple. I play whatever. I try and limit what I play. Otherwise, I'm not gonna get anything done. But I play pretty much anything. I like to play games. On my phone, I play Pokemon Pocket. I play Dota 2. I play 7 Days to Die, which is a zombie survival game. We're gonna try and set up a public server for some people that are in the Discord. Play that. Why? What kind of games do you play? Like, I'm not much on Fortnite, if that's what you're gonna ask. I don't know if that's an insult or not, but I'm gonna take it as a compliment. I didn't want to say anything, but I do know that South America Counter-Strike is very popular. So I've been known to play Counter-Strike. I used to have a pretty decent mouse that I would use when I played it, but nowadays I don't have it. I've moved and it's gotten old, and that's a long time ago. Bonk on the head. Oh, okay, you got me. Oh, really? Okay, bonk. What is with this spider? called. That sucker's very useful. These guys are. I don't have any magic damage right now. These guys are really hard for me. Alright, that's going to be it for me. It's been a long day. My medicine that I use for my back injury is kicking my butt. I've been on the verge of falling asleep all day. And, well, it's time to go home. Time to eat dinner and spend time with my family. So, I appreciate everybody who came out. I'll be back tomorrow. I might stream tonight. If the medicine lets me think tonight. Might be a deep work stream, just me on my computer. But if not, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the regular time, regular place. As always, there's go to the lobby. There is a Discord for you guys. I'll pop it in chat. People are free to join. Those who haven't, I'm pretty happy. Pretty happy with a number of things, but I'm happy with how the stream's going. I'm happy with how the game's going. It's there. I'm starting to add game content, not just functionality. And now I just need to figure out how to market it and get it in front of people. Part of that's making a nice landing page. Part of that's actually reaching out to people. Stuff like that. Those are not necessarily my wheelhouse, but I will overcome. That's what education and learning is for, and doing, and money. But until then, yeah. Tomorrow we continue the cursor journey, so join for that. We're going to have it do some stuff in the landing page, or whatever else I make it do, if I forget what I just said here. But yeah. So anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. And it is actually tomorrow. I just checked. It's Thursday. It's not Friday. That's what happened last week.